go.
This is a funny one. My book of order and my Robert's rules are back at the hotel. Christy, how will I manage?
I was counting on you to bring them, actually.
The online version.
Yeah.
Beloved in Christ, in the Presbytery of Nevada, welcome to our meeting in the spring of 2022 as we are here at Grace Presbyterian Church, Las Vegas. I call this meeting to order and invite Rebecca Watkins, pastor at Lee Viney, to come forward for our opening devotional moment.
That is the microphone, yes.
Hear me any better? Yes. There we go. Okay, there's a lot happening in the world, but we're coming in here to do the work of God. And so let's turn our hearts and minds and just have a moment of reflection. We're going to start with the music that I passed out. Hilda and I are going to lead you. We will sing it through once, and then if you could join us, we'll all sing it together twice. And then I'll have a short prayer for you, which incidentally is called Gorillas of Grace. praise from all creatures. Praise be to you, O Lord, who spins shining stars across the wondrous heavens and stretches out the seas, who lifts the dawn into place and sets boundaries for night, who awes the earth with storms and gentles it with green, who gives everything a season and breathes life and love into the dust of me. Praise be to you. Praise in all things for all things, the soft slant of sunlight, the sweat of battle, a song in the wilderness, the evening breeze, the deep breath, the tended wound, mercy, quietness, a friend, for the miracles of the daily, the mysteries of the eternal. Praise be to you. Praise from all creatures, laughers and list makers, wonders, wanderers and worriers, poets and plodders and prophets, the wrinkled, the newborn, and the worm, from all and from me. Praise, praise be to you for a meal.
It was intended that you sign in with the folks who were the registrars there. So that will function as our roll call. Do you have corresponding members that need to be recognized and granted voice?
Yes, we have the Reverend Christine Long with us, and I'd like to seat her as a corresponding member, if she could stand.
Christine, would you just stand to be recognized? Christine is our Board of Pensions Regional Rep.
And the Elder Renee Myers as well.
Thank you. Jim Houston Henkin is our host pastor.
Got one more.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I just met Tilima. Am I getting, Sarah, am I close? Yes, she's a member of North Central California Presbytery. We'd like to seat her as a corresponding member.
Great.
Thank you.
We'll hear from each of those folks or describe more of their work later. Pastor Jim.
Look, I have COVID. We are thrilled that you're here, but I want you to know that COVID is still out there. You can see it. And we have some boundaries for COVID. First of all, if you're worried about it, we did put out pens that are in the shape of vaccines. We have the green ones for Pfizer and the blue for Moderna. The Pfizer ones don't work quite as well. You have to poke the balloon 4 times, and then maybe it'll pop the balloon, but at least you'll feel better about it. We do have some rules that the church has set, the session has set regarding COVID-19. We voted early on that we would follow the state guidelines, the guidelines of the governor, who is the highest health official in our state. And as you know, most of the restrictions in Nevada have been lifted. But if you are not feeling well or would rather wear masks, we do have masks in the back ready for you. If you are not feeling well, we want to make sure that you go home. And if you are coughing, if you are feeling at all not well, please separate yourself, and it's okay to socially distance. This is a non-judgment zone. Yeah. And if you're if you are coughing, we do have masks for you, and they'll be delivered. I am so grateful we did not cut off anybody's ear. A couple of notes. We are thrilled, just thrilled that you're here. It is our vision at Grace to be part of the larger body of Christ, and we are thrilled that you're a part of that.
Like killer bees or something?
Yeah, and there we go. One of the things I want you to know is that this is our last Presbytery meeting in this location. Yay! For those of you who are from Grace, you know, we have been fighting this battle of eminent domain. I arrived here to serve as our pastor 18 years ago, and about 2 weeks after I arrived, somebody told me that they were thinking about expanding the freeway. And we have been battling that and in court for, really, we've been in court for about 6 years. And that's been resolved, and we will be building a new church, hopefully entering that facility in about 18 months up in the southwest on Durango and Oquendo. If you're familiar with Las Vegas, it's in the shadow of IKEA. We are excited about that, but it's also a time of transition. And there are, in the social hall, there are pictures of the new design. We have completed our design process, and now we are waiting for our permits from the county. So building is about to begin. I do want to point out the microphone. If you speak, that is an area mic, and you can speak from either side of that. It doesn't matter as long as you are within about a foot. Bathrooms are in the back to the left. There are also bathrooms in the main hallway in the social hall building. There will be snack and food items out. As I mentioned at lunchtime, one of our leaders of our young adult program and youth volunteers, Dakota, is catering for us, and we are just thrilled to reach out and to support his ministry as well. Welcome. We are thrilled that you're here. We are thrilled that you are prayerfully doing the work of God. It is great to be led by Scott Trevithek in his clerical collar, so we will be referring to him as Father Scott. Father Scott?
Did y'all get one of these? This is a blue balloon. If you do not have a blue balloon, we want to raise your hand and somebody will bring you one. Since the last time we all got together, I've been doing stuff. Like many of you, I did my best to stay healthy and navigate the uncertain waters of living with a pandemic that is or isn't going away. I guess I should start by saying, hi, I'm Kate Freeman, the pastor to the Presbytery. That's the hat I have on currently. You'll see me again. I serve as the journal clerk. That's why I'm sitting up here. At the moment, I'm also convening equipping, but that's further down the line. We've been living and ministering in an uncertain world. And uncertainty is wearying. It wears us down. It even wears out our sense of humor. And so, since we are gathered together today in person, I invite us to engage in a little fun. Y'all have their blue balloons. In a moment, I'm going to invite you to inflate this 12-inch balloon as much as you care to. Let's not try to go to 13. We don't want to hear any bangs. If you need help inflating this balloon, before you put it in your mouth, COVID, invite someone to help you with it, and we'd be glad. And somebody should be able to. And then I'm going to pass around permanent markers. There's not a lot of them. You're going to have to share. I think we can do that. And I'll tell you what you're going to write on that balloon once we all get them inflated. And I'm going to invite you to hold on to it carefully so that you don't get the permanent ink that's on your hands nor on the pews, because they still got to be here for 18 more months. So right now, go ahead. Let's blow up some balloons. And your last name on the balloon. Doesn't have to fill up the balloon, but it should be at least legible. For somebody who doesn't even have her glasses on, that'd be lovely. Write your first name and your last name carefully on the balloon. Don't get it on your hands. Don't get it on the pews. Okay. If you're through with your pen, thank you. If you're through with your pens, I'm going to collect them and make sure those who need one get one. When you have your balloon and it's got your name on it, it needs to come up here in the front of the sanctuary. Get it up here any way you can. All balloons accounted for? Thank you. I'm now going to invite the Reverend Hilda. Come on, you're you ready? Hilda, 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 go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And making sure that y'all got pens and y'all got balloons and y'all taken care of.
works. This is truly a service to help you. So you'll get a new ID card. Those of you who are medical plan members, it'll have the number for Quantum Health on it, and you'll also get a new prescription drug card. There will be a few other pre-certifications added to the list. It's not long. They're ones that are understandable, but that's only so that Quantum Health can really help you get that right care at the right place and at the right time. We've had some questions about our retired members who have Medicare Supplement plan. So for those of you who do have the Medicare Supplement plan, because of the way Medicare works, you will continue to contact Highmark or the Board of Pensions for your Medicare Supplement needs. But of course, the Board of Pensions remains responsible for all aspects of the benefits plan, so you can call us anytime with your questions, and if we need to hook you up with Quantum Health or another partner, we will do that. My next update is just a reminder to anyone enrolled in benefits, including our retirees, retiree spouses, or survivors, to please check our website about the expansions that we have made this year in our assistance program. Our assistance program provides all kinds of grants and assistance, everything from adoption grants, back to college grants for children of members. For our retirees, we have medical grants, as well as housing and income supplements. It's a pretty long list, so please check out our website and see the ways that we've expanded. We did, for our clergy members, we ended our program called Healthy Pastors, Healthy Congregations, which provided a lot of debt relief to many pastors who participated. But once again, we've partnered with the Lilly Endowment, and through their graciousness, we have come into some more funds. So we have a brand new minister debt relief program launched already in 2022. And we still offer minister education debt relief. So please check out our website about the assistance program. I really am grateful to be here, and I invite you to reach out to me anytime with your questions or wonderings. I'm a really good person to call when you just don't know where to start or need to know who can help you out. And I'm available to meet with your COM, your pastor nominating committees, your pastor search teams, church employer leaders, or your presbytery to help you explore and get creative about offering benefits not only to ministers, but to commission ruling elders and other church employees. I really look forward to getting to know you more and being a part of you caring for one another and caring for your church employees. And I know that you are dedicating your lives to serving your communities with the hands and feet of Christ. So thank you for having me, and the peace of Christ be with you.
Christine, I was used to having the term regional rep with Mark Fry. Is church consultant essentially the same? It's the same. Okay, okay. And then how long will you be with us in person if somebody wishes to have an individual consultation with you?
I'll be here until lunch tomorrow.
Until lunch tomorrow. Same as us, okay. Christine Long from the Board of Pensions. And next is Dick Young from Zephyr Point.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Dick Young. I'm the Executive Director at Zephyr Point, and bring you greetings from that 98-year-old ministry in Lake Tahoe. Many of you are familiar with Zephyr Point. It has been a special relationship between the Presbytery of Nevada just because of the geography and being so close to Lake Tahoe. We are a ministry of two synods, the Synod of the Pacific as well as the Synod of Southern California and Hawaii. And so the representation for our board comes from those two synods, and ministers and elders make up our board. I'm happy to say that this year we've welcomed 6 new members as of January onto our board of directors. It's a board of 18 elected members, and we have 4 ex officio members, the executives for both those synods, as well as a couple of staff people. So we are grateful for the gifts they bring. One of our long-serving members on our board is a member of Nevada Presbytery, Hilda Pecoraro. Where's Hilda? There's Hilda, yeah. And we are so grateful for the gifts that Hilda brings to the board. One of our new recent members just elected and seated in January is Mark Fry, who Christine mentioned, just retired from the Board of Pensions, and so has joined our board at Zephyr Point, and so brings a wealth of experience, and we are grateful for the gifts he brings as well. Our board was able to meet in hybrid fashion this fall. That was the first time we'd been together since the beginning of the pandemic. And our plan is to meet in person in September, so once a year. We meet 3 times a year. But for reasons of economy and primarily economy, we have decided to keep our other 2 meetings virtual and have one in-person meeting at Zephyr Point in September of each year. So we are looking forward to that meeting coming up. I just wanted to mention the synergies that exist, within the Presbyterian Church and certainly within the body of Christ. But Christine mentioned the Board of Pensions, and in January, Zephyr Point transitioned all of our health benefits for employees to the Board of Pensions, and it's a wonderful move for us. The folks at the Board of Pensions have been so helpful, and we are now able to provide better coverage, actually less expensively for our employees than we were paying commercially prior to. So while churches are required to use the Board of Pensions, not always for lay employees. And I know I was had pastored a number of churches, and we didn't always offer health benefits to our lay employees because we thought it was less expensive to do that through commercial carriers. But my experience as executive director at Zephyr Point tells me that actually the Board of Pensions runs their operations in such a way that they keep those premiums very competitive, and would encourage you to look into that if within your own congregations you don't offer those benefits through the Board of Pensions for lay employees. But thank you, for Christine, and for your ministry and the ministry of the Board of Pensions. When I was before you at the last meeting, which was a hybrid meeting, I was reflecting on fire and what we lived through up in the Tahoe Basin, a very challenging time, especially coming off of the COVID shutdowns and difficulties that has created for all of us. Zephyr Point survived the fire, as did actually all of the Tahoe Basin. Not a single structure within the basin was damaged, which really was just a testament to the incredible efforts of emergency personnel and firefighters that responded to that disaster, which continues to affect both the Tahoe Basin and south of us, between us and Placerville, if you've ever driven along Route 50. We have survived, and we are really preparing for the future. Folks have been anxious as the dangers of COVID have waned some to come back and gather in numbers and in groups, and we have been hosting them as well as individuals and families in our cabins. And so we're grateful to kind of get back to business and to start looking toward the future. I mentioned at that last meeting a restart of the Tahoe semester, which is our college-age university program. We have a new partner. That program was originally launched in association with Azusa Pacific University. That partnership ended, and we are now partnered with Center College, which is in Kentucky, and is one of the 54 Presbyterian and college members of the Association of Presbyterian Colleges and Universities. So there's 54 of those across the country. Center is one of them, and they are now our sponsor institution. They sent 20 students in January for a J term, just a 3-week term. Was incredibly successful. Our full semester program, which began in February, is starting a little slower than we would like. We have 5 students, but they are having an incredible experience, as you can imagine, living and studying on Lake Tahoe. And I would just encourage you within your congregations, if there are college-age young adults, to think about that program and perhaps an opportunity for them to participate. It is much easier if those students are attending one of our 54 Presbyterian colleges and universities, but really any student can participate. Just the accreditation is a little more difficult, but they would go through Center College to make sure that those credits would be applied and transferred. So we're very excited about that program, about the future of that program. We think this affiliation with the Association of Presbyterian Colleges and Universities bodes well for us and for our students and for that program. And so encourage you to keep your eye out for more information on that. Lastly, for me, I'd like to introduce you to the new program director at Zephyr Point, and it is the Reverend Sarah Tilima. Sarah comes from us from the North Central California Presbytery, where she is a minister member, did campus ministry at UC Davis, was executive director of NorCal House, an interfaith living community there, and she and her husband Aaron and their 2-year-old Asa moved to Zephyr Point in December. There are 7 of us directors that live on site at Zephyr Point, and so we live and work, and we are blessed to do that in that incredible setting. But we are really glad to welcome Sarah as the newest and member of our management team. So I'd like to invite Sarah to come up, and she's going to just share with you briefly about our well, I shouldn't say briefly. I don't know how long you want to go on, Sarah, but about the programs at Zephyr Point. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm very glad to be here. Thanks for welcoming me to this meeting today. And I'm very excited to cross paths with many of you at Zephyr Point in the months and years ahead. I know that it's a very special place to me in my own spiritual journey, and I know that it is for many of you as well. So I am just here to give a brief presentation of some of the programs we have coming up in 2022 so that you all can enjoy them yourselves or invite the folks that are in your congregations to take advantage of these opportunities that are available. So I have a couple slides. If you want to go to the first slide. I want to highlight some of our summer programs that we have this year. I know that there have been some disruptions to the programs that we've offered with COVID, and we are happy to be pretty much back up and running. So our summer youth programs are ready to go for this summer. We have our primary programs that are available are our day camp, which is most catered to the local youth in the area elementary school camp. But the one that is most relevant for all of you and for your congregations are our 2 middle school and high school camps. So that is our summer high camp, which is a backcountry camp. And we have a week, 2 weeks for middle schoolers and 1 week for high schoolers this year. And then our middle school and high school base camp, which is a residential on-site camp at Zephyr Point. And this year's theme is Creation Speaks. So we're going to be focusing on the relationship of a life of faith and environmental stewardship. So we'd love to invite you to let your youth know. And another note on that, I know that Triennium was canceled for this year. So if any of your congregations are scrambling to figure out what to offer for your high schoolers this year, to please reach out to me, and I'm happy to see if we can plug you into something that we have going on or think of another way that we can offer something for your high schoolers. If you want to go to the next slide. Another family offering is our family camp. This hasn't run since 2019, but this summer we're excited to bring it back. So if you want to let people know we have camp for the whole family. Just because you're an adult doesn't mean you can't go to camp. So we have that coming back this summer, and we're really excited about it. So there will be activities for the adults as well as youth of all ages, and we'll have age-appropriate activities for everybody who participates. Just a note on youth programs. For summer, we are still recruiting some summer staff. We are getting pretty close to full, but if you know any young adults who are looking for a summer job, we still have a few spots available, and we'd love to see their applications. And in particular, we are really short on male counselors this year. So if you know any men who want to work at summer camp, we really would love some male counselors. And another note, we also are looking to recruit 2 to 3 more camp nurses. So we have a volunteer camp nurse program for summer camp. And you come for 1 week and you get to work alongside the youth that are at camp in a volunteer capacity. So if you know any nurses who would like to volunteer a week of their summer to work alongside the youth, please have them reach out to us. If you want to go to the next slide. Summer adult programs. The programs that we are running this summer for adults include our artist retreats, which are June, August, and September. Those are for artists of all types to come and be inspired by Lake Tahoe and be in community as you do your art together. So that's one program that's available. We have the Art of Transitional Ministry, which is a training for interim ministry. So if that's something you're interested in, that's offered in July. And then we have 3 music programs. We have the Handbells Conference, Summer Sing, and Tuning at Tahoe. So if you are a musician or if you have a music minister who may be interested in doing some continuing education, you can take a look at our website for more information on those programs as well. If you want to go to the next slide. And then finally, I'm going to highlight our fall programs, which actually open today. So if you're already looking forward to October, we have a few things available for you. The first is our Ethnic Concerns Conference, which is in early October. And this is an opportunity to celebrate the diversity of the Kingdom of God in community and advocate as people of faith for racial and economic justice. So that's a really awesome opportunity. And this is the Jubilee year, so the 50th anniversary of this gathering. So it's going to be a really great time. The second is our Pastoral Renewal retreat. So some of you may have heard of this as preaching pastors in the past, and we've changed the name. So it is now the Pastoral Renewal retreat, and that will be an opportunity to be in community with other ministers and lay leaders, any ministry leaders, to come together and be in community and rest for a few days in Tahoe. And then finally, our women's retreat, which invites women of all ways of being women to come together and celebrate and be in community with one another and enjoy the recreation of the Tahoe area. If you want to go to the last slide. So to register, you can go to our website, zephyrpoint.org/programs. And I also just want to say that if any of you have ideas of things that you would like to see, as we especially are transitioning out maybe of this pandemic, if I know that a lot of our congregations are just tired, a lot of our ministers are really tired, and so if you have any ideas or ways that you would like to see us offer support opportunities for your congregants or clergy, please reach out to me, because I love to hear your ideas. I think that together we come up with better ideas. So if you have, even if it's just like, this is a thing that I've noticed, do something with that. I'm happy to be the collector of your ideas, even if they're half-formed, and think through those and figure out how we can best support all of the people in our presbytery. We will have our lineup of 2023 programs available probably in the fall. So we'll have even more things to look forward to for next year. That's what I've got. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, we'll be around through today. Sarah's leaving this evening. I'm out in the morning, but if you've got questions, we'll be around this afternoon. Be glad to talk with you. Yeah, thank you. Concludes our report.
1924 at Zephyr Point. Thank you, Sarah and Dick. Maggie Harmon from the Presbyterian Foundation. Thanks for coming. Maggie Harmon out of Oakland, California, everybody.
I like that kind of greeting. So this is my first Presbytery meeting since the lockdown, but it was also my last Presbytery meeting before the lockdown, so we have come full circle, Nevada, and I am glad to be here with you. I just have a couple things that I want to offer. A lot has been happening while we've all been working at home, and I realized when I was packing this morning and grabbing some of the paperwork that I have to offer people, is one thing that hasn't changed in 2 years is the paperwork I had sitting in my office. I should have ordered more from the main office, because there's a couple things in here that I want to give to you, but that have changed a little bit. And in particular, I wanted to highlight for you a program that we have called Project Regeneration. So you'll see when you look at this brochure that I have that Project Regeneration is described as something that helps you transfer your property. And that's what it started out being, is understanding that there were churches that were sort of over-resourced in property and under-resourced in people, and needing to figure out what to do about that. And what we've learned in the last while, and in particular in the last 2 years, what we've done is we've rethought that program to make it more about a discernment process and understanding where your church is going, what the vision for your church could be, and helping to imagine how to get there. So I want you to think about Project Regeneration when you see this as a methodological approach to moving your church from where you are to where it is that you imagine you could be in the future. We have a lot of different people in the foundation who can work with you on different aspects of this. Because I'm your ministry relations officer, you would get stuck with me. And what I would do is help you work through a thoughtful discernment process that also involves some pretty intense consultative workshopping around imagining what that could look like, and then helping you set goals for how to get there. So something that's actually really important right now, as we're not just in this transformative phase coming out of COVID, but some of the challenges that we were facing before COVID are still with us, and this is an approach that we have to try and help churches with that. There are a lot of other things in here that highlight things that I can do for you, things that the foundation can do for you. We do a lot of conversations around legacy giving. During the last 2 years, we've built some new tools that are sort of do-it-yourself tools that you can access online that are great for thinking about legacy programming. We have a lot of resources around stewardship programming, and then again, a lot of resources around thinking about organizational sustainability and how we stay strong as congregations in whatever format that looks like. So I will have these, and I will put them out on the back table or move them around as we move to different places. The other thing I wanted to highlight is a program in the foundation called the Church Financial Leadership Academy, and within that are a lot of learning resources around church financial leadership and church finances. But one of the things that we have is a grant program to help you go get more education for church finances. And one of the things that it helps to pay for is a conference that I'm involved in, that conference that probably some of you have attended, Stewardship Kaleidoscope. So you can get money that will cover up to half of your attendance costs, including travel, to go to Stewardship Kaleidoscope, which this year will be in Savannah, Georgia, the 26th through the 28th. It's going to be a great conference. We have some fantastic speakers. We have 32 workshops. You can attend virtually. We will have a hybrid option as well, but I wanted to just make sure that you had this as you're thinking about actually getting out and doing things again, that this is a great way to be able to get to Savannah. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm going to start looking at the menus for what we'll be eating there, and I can promise you it will be tasty. So that's what I have for you. I will be here through the Presbytery meeting. So if you want to chat about any of this or other questions, please reach out to me. As Christine said, I'm also a great place to start if you don't know where to start. If you call me about your pension, I'll put you right in touch with Christine. I do get a lot of those calls, so, but happy to take them. Thank you for having me.
I can personally give 2 thumbs up to Maggie Harmon. I've talked with her individually, as well as been on Stewardship Kaleidoscope national level conferences where she's been a primary presenter. So personal endorsement, if that matters to anybody. Thank you for each of those folks, Christine Long from the Board of Pensions, and Dick and Sarah from Zephyr Point, and Maggie from the Presbyterian Foundation. Next we have committee reports. Hey, you know what? We need 10 seconds to stand and stretch, all right? Like this, twist back and forth, lean this way, lean that way. And Rebecca, you may come to the microphone.
This city report is printed. It's somewhere.
Okay, cool. Marcia Evans, an elder of this congregation, was the speaker for this committee when we met in Hawthorne, and I was personally touched. Marcia, thank you for the story that you shared from your childhood and reflection on that. So you're here to introduce the speaker on behalf of the committee.
I certainly am. Thank you. As he just said, I'm the member of Grace and also a member of the Peace and Justice Committee. And at our last Presbytery, we introduced our Lean-In series, which is our interactive report to the Presbytery. And it was our prayer that the Lean-In series would provide a safe environment for open discussion on difficult issues. We feel that we can best do that through speakers, people who will bring their experiences to the table for open discussion. And as he said, I was able to be the presenter at our last event. You know, it's very seldom that you really get the opportunity to connect to someone whose presence and spirit resonates through you. And those are my feelings for our speaker, whose commitment and dedication really speaks to my heart. I am honored to introduce our Lean-In speaker, Elder Renee Myers, our Mission Engagement Advisor.
Well, thank you, Marcia, for that gracious introduction, and I am so thrilled to be able to be with you once again. Y'all are one of my favorite presbyteries. I know I've told you that before, but I sincerely mean it. You guys rock. And so I'm coming to you today. I'm going to be talking about our Presbyterian Mission Agency's engagement with the movement within our denomination of the Matthew 25 movement, really. And to talk specifically about one of the focal areas there. So Matthew 25 came to the General Assembly in 2016 in Portland, Oregon, as an overture that was brought by the Cascades Presbytery to encourage us to identify ourselves as a Matthew 25 denomination. The body voted to do that. In 2018, at the General Assembly in St. Louis, that was reaffirmed. The Presbyterian Mission Agency has taken that on to direct all of the work that we do. And we are encouraging presbyteries and congregations to identify that way as well. Currently, we have 74 presbyteries that are enrolled as identified as Matthew 25 presbyteries, 10 synods, and 952. When I wrote my notes, it was 951 congregations, and I looked on the website this morning, it's now 952. So we're continuing to increase that. So as I talk about this, think about your own congregations and your presbytery identifying as such, and we can have a conversation about how to go about doing that. So the Presbyterian Mission Agency has taken on this kind of purpose statement and offer it to you as well. That we believe God calls us to act boldly and compassionately so that faith comes alive and that the world wakes up to new possibilities. That's where we think Matthew 25 is leading us. We believe that the church can be the leaven in our society, but only if we are true to the gospel and follow the teachings and examples of Jesus. The mission agency has identified 3 focal areas to guide our work and to offer to congregations. So if you decide to sign up to be a Matthew 25 congregation, you need to say we're committed to one or more of these 3 focal areas. And those are building congregational vitality, which is not measured by the size of the congregation, the number of members, or the size of the budget of the congregation, but how actively you are engaged in the communities within which you reside. Our president and executive director, Reverend Dr. Diane Moffat, likes to say, we measure this by asking the question, if our congregation closed its doors tomorrow, who within our community, other than our own members, would recognize our absence? If the answer is the community would know we're not there anymore, you're a vital congregation. The second is dismantling structural racism, and that's the one we're going to delve into a little bit deeper here today. And that is, disrupting the systems and policies that cause oppression and discrimination of people of color. And the third is eradicating systemic poverty. Again, those systemic issues, those policies that trap people in lives of desperation and the inability to feed and clothe and house themselves and their families. Now, these are big, complicated issues, right? It's not something we say, okay, we're going to do that next month. And so they could be a bit overwhelming. So the question may be, where the heck do we start, right? So as I said, the rest of this presentation is going to be geared toward that dismantling structural racism, one of those difficult subjects that Marcia talked about that we are called by God and by Christ to encounter or engage ourselves within. So I offer these kinds of phases for you to be able to engage in these issues. And the first is awareness. We have to first make ourselves aware that, and let me give a caveat about this as well. I am presenting this anti-racism work as a white woman. I do not profess to speak for people of color at all, but I'm coming from my own perspective and speaking frankly, to a mostly white denomination. So it is those of us who are white that need to do the most work. But we have to be aware. We have to be aware that the life that we've lived, the culture within which we've lived, privileges us over people of color. Not because we asked for it, not because we earned it, but just simply because that's the way things are within our culture today. So the first place to start is that awareness. The second then is to encounter, to actually go out into our communities and encounter the people of color who are experiencing that oppression and discrimination. Understand what the real issues are. Not our issues, their issues, and how can we come together to, first of all, truly understand them, but then finally to enter into engagement with them, not for them, but with them. And that means, how are we going to advocate? How are we going to use our own places of privilege to be able to advocate and step into that work together so that we change those systems and policies. So I'm going to walk us through those a little bit. The first being awareness. And those, we Presbyterians are really good at study and writing papers and kind of analyzing problems to death. And that's a really good place to start, to begin to make ourselves aware. So book studies within your congregations, seminars that are offered by our denomination or other organizations are really good. But we white people need to find ways to educate ourselves, not subject our siblings of color to teach us, because many times that causes them to relive traumas that they have endured for a long time. So we need to kind of start with ourselves. And so I offer, there's a couple of examples or recommendations up there. The first one, which is a really easy kind of read, and it was recommended by our co-moderators, not just the last ones, but the ones before, Denise Anderson and Jan Edmonston, is Waking Up White. And actually, Rebecca has purchased some of the copies of those books, and they're available for you to kind of a first come, first serve, I think, Rebecca, is the way you're doing that. But it's a really easy read, and it also offers questions and so that it can be used as a congregational study or an adult study. There's another one there that I have been reading, and it's one that I have to kind of take in chunks. It's called Unsettling Truths, and it's, we're still back, sorry. It's called Unsettling Truths, and it has to do with the doctrine of discovery and the treatment of, honestly, not only Native Americans in our country, but the African slaves that came over as well. I've had to take that in little chunks and let it digest. It's a more difficult read than Waking Up White, but it is a good read, and it is written by, it's co-written by a Native American and a Korean. Very good, it's very well done. And then the other one that's up there is called My Grandmother's Hands, that is written by an African-American psychotherapist, and really talks about generational trauma, and that it's not just people of color, but it's all of us that really are affected by that kind of generational trauma. And then there is a Facing Racism resource that our denomination put out several years ago, and that's available online to you. Now, go ahead. So, first of all, we need to understand our perspective. As I said, I'm a white woman, and I come to it from a different perspective. And also, our points of privilege, where we really do enjoy privilege that perhaps not all of our siblings in Christ do. And I would say the perspective we need to look at is the perspective of the gospel, which was written from the perspective of the poor and the oppressed, and not from the perspective of our dominant culture or the dominant culture at the time that it was written. We need to recognize our points of privilege. My identity, for instance, I'm a white, American, Christian, cisgender, which means I affiliate with the gender that it was assigned to me at birth, heterosexual, fully abled, female. None of these did I really choose. Now, perhaps you could say I choose my identity as a Christian, but that comes out of my family, so it really wasn't fully a choice of mine. And all of those that I mentioned afford me privilege, except for the last one, being female. So I need to understand what privileges I enjoy, that I participate in, just because of who I am. We need to, as Marcia talked about, provide safe spaces for open and honest dialogue to explore together how we participate in these systems and structures, and how we might have different opinions and perspectives that we're coming from, to be able to kind of work on those and analyze those and work through them. But how we also might work together with our siblings of color to affect change. So, How do we do that? Well, first of all, we need to build relationships. We need to not be expecting people to come to us, but we need to get out and understand what's going on in our communities and build relationships with those people. At some point, we need to put down the books and get out and encounter folks. We need to acknowledge that there are urgent needs within our communities. There are people who need to be fed. There are people who need safe places to lay their heads at night. And we need to be engaged in that. But if that's where we stop, our work will never be done. There will always be hungry people to feed. There will always be homeless people to take care of. So we need to provide that relief, but that we need to form partnerships then to be able to change how it is today so that it may be more like God's kingdom in the future. So encountering folks, I want to offer you kind of some models of encounter that we have done as a Presbyterian Mission Agency or we've identified in congregations as well. With the Presbyterian Disaster Assistance, which is probably the most well-known ministry of the Presbyterian Mission Agency, we model partnership. We do not do anything, PDA does not do anything without partnering with the presbytery in which a disaster may have occurred, or a partner in a global, in another country. For instance, right now in Ukraine, we are partnering with ACT Alliance, an organization that has the infrastructure to be able to do the work on the ground that we don't have that to do, so we partner that way. And we do that at the invitation. I mean, if there's a disaster like the fire around Lake Tahoe, PDA will be in communication with the presbytery leadership and say, can we help? Or if we're invited, if PDA is invited and said, we really need your help in this situation, how can we help? But we partner with those communities. We don't go in and say, we're here, we've got the answers, and we can fix it. So, throughout this, I'm going to offer some kind of questions for your reflection. We're not going to talk about those except as we're going to do an exercise later, and we'll do some debrief around that. But I offer these questions to you for thought. In what local missions are you and your congregations engaged? And what relationships have you built within those missions? Or are you just funding them or volunteering, but are you really in partnership and identifying what the real core issues of what they're trying to address? So, food for thought. There are a couple of quotes I want to share with you. One is from Lila Watson, who is an indigenous Australian from the Muri tribe, and this talks about partnerships. Lila says, if you have come to help me, you are wasting your time. But if you have come because your liberation is bound up with mine, then let's work together. That's where that's really where the power of the gospel comes alive, is when we work together. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with Father Gregory Boyle. He is the founder of Homeboy Industries in Los Angeles, the largest gang reentry, taking people out of gangs and getting them gainful employment and moving on with their lives. But I heard Father Boyle in a mission conference once where he said, we don't go to the margins to make a difference. We go to the margins to be transformed. Jesus said, I was hungry, and you fed me. And neither the sheep or the goats in that passage, by the way, recognize Jesus, right? So when did we see you? But it's how we are transformed when we are encountering and partnering and walking alongside our siblings in Christ. So engagement. This may be the hardest one to really get our teeth sunk into, because we're so used to being expected that we will step in and solve a problem. But engagement means that we really don't do that. We defer leadership to the people with whom we want to serve. And here are some models as well. Self-development of people, which is supported by the 1 Great Hour of Sharing offering of the Presbyterian Mission Agency, is an organization that provides grants to local organizations that are dealing with issues of poverty. They're not given to churches because the church says, we've identified a ministry and we're going to go out there and we're going to help these folks and fix this problem. The grant has to be to an organization that is, that the request comes from, that the project is managed by the people in the community that you're wanting to serve with. So it has to come out of the grassroots, if you will. And Presbyterian World Mission is the same way. We have mission co-workers in 70 countries around the world. Nowhere where we haven't been invited to have a mission co-worker there to do a specific thing that is directed by that global partner, either the church or another organization. So that engagement is we defer leadership to those who really understand the issues. I'm a white person. I don't fully understand all of the issues that my siblings of color encounter. So I need to defer to their leadership, if that makes sense. So, you know, the engagement really is inviting us to truly get to the systemic and structural natures of issues. And to do that, we must engage in political discourse. Yeah, I said it. The church needs to be political, not partisan, not by any stretch of the imagination partisan. But if you look at what Jesus did in his lifetime and what he teaches us, is that he was engaged with the political and the religious and the social structural systems of his time to make changes so that all God's people enjoy life abundant that God intends for all of us. So, you know, we've done some things like our Presbyterian Hunger Program engages with the Coalition of Immokalee Workers that advocates for fair wages and working conditions for migrant farm workers. We have, from time to time, advocated for boycotts of certain fast food restaurants because they refuse to pay 2 cents more per pound for tomatoes that would allow the migrant workers to live in dignity and work in dignity, and have actually turned the tables, you know, moved the needle a little bit in those arenas. So those are things that we do. We also have our Office of Public Witness in Washington, D.C. that advocates with our elected officials, and our ministry at the United Nations that has voice on the Security Council that helps to influence policy both in our country and around the world. So here are another couple of questions for you to take home with you. Have you or your congregation been involved in advocacy or political discourse? And if so, what difficulty or resistance have you experienced with your efforts to engage in this way? Because I would, you know, I'm not a gambling person. I'm sorry, I know I'm in Las Vegas, but I'm not a gambling person. It raises my blood pressure. It's not a judgment, it's my own personal thing. But I would bet that if any of you have been engaged in political discourse within your congregations, you've encountered difficulty or resistance. So what's that like? How are you opening up spaces for conversation for that resistance to be able to be articulated and worked through and in a way that's non-judgmental and loving? So these are 7 marks of the Congregational Vitality from our Vital Congregations Initiative. And you know, if you look at those things, they're talking about outward focus. They're talking about incarnational evangelism. That means you're out in your communities. You're not waiting for people to come through your doors. I grew up Methodist, and I had a Methodist pastor that said, you know, our evangelism program consists of, we don't slam the door in your face on Sunday morning if you happen to walk through. That's not incarnational evangelism. Authentic evangelism or outward incarnational focus. That's getting out into your communities. And I want to offer you an example that recently came to us from a congregation in Deep Run, or the Presbyterian Church of the Deep Run in Percy, Pennsylvania. Hope I'm saying that right, and I apologize if not. This was a community whose school board decided that they were going to disband their diversity committee, because they were a predominantly white community and they really didn't need their diversity committee any longer. The pastor came to a session meeting one night and said, you know, as a parent, I feel like I need to speak out against this. And I want you to know I'm going to be doing that, right? And the session said, what can we do as a church? What should we be doing to this as well? So what they did was they wrote a letter to the school board, addressed the school board, sent an op-ed to the local newspaper denouncing this decision of the school board. They had an adult education class where they opened a space for discussion about that and welcomed people from the community to come in and do that. Pastor said, we got all these new families that were coming to our church, all of them under 35. How many of us are looking to bring younger people into our congregations? And over half of them have joined the church. And the reasons they said is because you're engaged in our community. You're showing interest in what's important to us, the issues that we are struggling with. We can't wait for people to come through our doors and come be like us. We need to go out and figure out what's going on with folks. So that's a vital congregation. I'm going to invite us now to actually get up and do something and engage in an exercise of privilege. Out in the narthex, there will be 5 stations. You have to go to all 5. They're not the same. And at each station, you will notice that there will be a list of about 10 statements. You read each statement. If that statement is true for you, there's a pile of colored paper clips. Pick up a paper clip. Read the next statement. If that's true, pick up another paper clip. Read the next statement. If that's not true, don't pick up a paper clip. And then you go to all 5 of those stations. This is designed to help us recognize what privileges we really do participate in. And so again, you repeat that for each station. We'll take some time to do this. It's not, this may not be orderly, decently and in order like us Presbyterians like, but bear with us. Just make sure you make your way to all of those. I would also say that if you're not able to actually get up and fight your way in the crowds like that, remain seated, and Marcia will bring you a list of those statements, and you can check them off, and she'll bring the paper clips to you, okay? We want to be sensitive to those that are other-abled. So I want to encourage you to get up and move around and engage with that exercise.
Everything's out in the lobby.
Everything is out in the narthex, that's right. Are we just to hold on to people? Oh, I'm sorry. When you get the paper clips, string them together. Make a necklace or a bracelet or whatever you want to do with them, but yeah. And come back in here when you're finished. Don't leave, we're not done yet. If we can find our ways back to our seats, we'll kind of wrap up this part of the afternoon. I think folks are wandering back in now. Thank you for participating in this exercise. Can we wrap it up? What's that? Oh, prizes for the shortest or the longest. Probably give prizes for the shortest. So I hope this exercise was at least somewhat informative and interesting to you. And I want to, so if we could go to the next slide. Hello. So are there, I'd like to hear from you now. Were there insights that you gained as you walked your way through this exercise? Oh, yeah. What were they? Did everyone hear that? Yeah, not only is it a man's world, but it's a white man's world, was said.
What I think is normal is privilege for others.
What I think is normal is privilege for others. Yeah, that's the water I swim in, and I don't know that it's different for anyone else. Anything else? What questions arose for you as you walked your way through that? You know, there are other categories that I only chose 5 of them for this exercise because, you know, this could go on forever. But and one of the others is physical ability. So eyesight and mobility and those kinds of hearing, those kinds of things are privileges that some of us enjoy that others don't. What do we do about our insight? Well, what I would suggest is that going back to those 3 phases I talked about, first of all, you have to be aware of it, right? What I call normal is privilege to someone else. So that awareness in and of itself is something that you can begin to then engage with. And then encounter those who don't have that. You know, look at the colors on your privilege chain and compare those to someone else's colors and see where can we advocate together? Where can I stand in my place of privilege? Privilege, but it invites others in the way Christ invited others in to the right? Are there places where you feel called from God to do something to within your congregations, within your communities, within yourself? That may be a question for deeper reflection. So I would offer you that. So our Presbyterian Mission Agency takes 4 special offerings throughout the year. And nearly all of the ministries that I described today and others are supported by those 4 special offerings. We thank you and your congregations for participating in those and contributing to those. And I want to offer a thank you to you. These are the two congregations in your presbytery that have identified as Matthew 25. And these are congregations who have taken all 4 of the special offerings within the last 2 years. Engagement with our Presbyterian Giving Catalog. In 2021, the Presbytery and the congregations within it contributed over $107,000 to the work of the Presbyterian Mission Agency. Thank you. My contact information, I'll be around throughout the rest of the presbytery. I tell folks, consider me an adjunct member of your staff, your congregation, your presbytery, and rattle my cage anytime. Questions, if I don't have the answers, I can nearly always chase them down for you, and I'm happy to do that. So please rattle my cage. And then I want to leave us with this Swahili proverb that says, hello? Whoops. There. That says, if you want to travel quickly, go alone. But if you want to travel far, go together. And that's what makes our church so strong, is we are a connectional church and that we can do things together. Thank you so much for your time.
Wait just a minute. I have a little gift for Renee from the Peace and Justice Committee. We have $1,000 here we want to go to the mission agency, to the Matthew 25 initiative, and so we thank you very much. And I have, you know, after hearing Renee talk this time,
He wants you to do that again.
I think perhaps at the next meeting, it might be time for this presbytery to fill out the paperwork and become a Matthew 25 presbytery. So we'll look into that and hopefully talk about that at the next meeting. And in closing, our committee, as you know, is new, and we're really trying hard to present things that perhaps we wouldn't do at our individual churches, like having guest speakers. And so I'm asking you to think about it, and in the next, in the rest of this day and tomorrow morning, if you could think of some ways that we could help your churches to become more engaged in some of the Matthew 25 work, we would really love to hear. Is there something we can send you, something we can do for you that will arrive ready to go? Do you need ideas? We would like to hear so that we can help you in other ways. And we thank you all. Bye-bye.
Very well. We have Synod commissioners, but we have a printed Synod report, and we're going to receive that Synod report and make it available to you all. Mr. Clerk is Christy, why don't you put that, is there, oh, you're just going to pass it out. Okay, good enough. We're passing it out to you all.
You want to receive the report from S.
Okay.
Okay. It's got to go in the minutes.
Unless there's any objection, we take the action of receiving the written synod report. Very well. The time is approximately 3:20. Mr. Clerk, I'm going to suggest that we're back in here at 3:40. So restrooms are that way, across the way in the fellowship hall. I imagine that they still have snacks and drinks for us in the fellowship hall. Synchronize your watches. We're about 3:20 right now, and we'll be back in here at 3:40. All right, 3:40. What time? 3:40. All right.
I was sweating it a bit, but we're on time.
This is
makes me want to encourage our Presbytery to give more. That's great. There is another fund that has been described as other funds available. It's money that was left over, I think, from our old mission partnership or something, about $3,500. And these funds are to be, the distribution is to be overseen by 3 different committees. That's ours, Mission Outreach, and Peace and Justice, and Equipping. And so we basically have to have 3 committees agree how we want to spend that remaining money. One possibility that our committee has wanted to put forward, and it's still pending while we're waiting for approval from the other committees, is to give an additional $3,000 or to hold it aside for racial ethnic students to be able to go on this mission trip up to Metlakatla. So far, we have several applications now of students that have from racial ethnic congregations that are ready to go. So that's a very exciting thing. We just want to make sure we have enough for that. But that's still pending. The other thing that we chose to do with that rest of our block grant is to support a mission trip that's being sponsored by Mountain View Presbyterian Church to go on a mission trip to the Honduras through an outfit called Honduras Outreach International, and that's to support them. And we were able to things. And really, when you think about $5,000, $8,000 for most ministries, that is just a drop in the bucket. It doesn't seem like much compared to everything else. But it's a way for us to contribute, to be a part of those things, and to hear what's going on, to join with them in prayer, and to have a sense that we're helping and being a part of it. So it's delightful. Now I'm going to, oh yes. This is money, it's a block grant done by the Presbytery.
Metlakatla. This is a 10-year partnership with the Tsimshian people, the only reservation in Alaska. We have an adult mission trip, July 24th to July 31st, and a youth mission trip, which there are scholarships of $500 for youth from our Presbytery, and there are scholarships for racial ethnic students in addition. There are flyers in the back, and thank you, Pat, for your graciousness. This is a raw film. It has not been finished, but last year, our adult mission trip was invited to raise a totem pole. In the Pacific Northwest, it's rainforest, so people could not write down their history. Instead, they carved their history in totem poles in Sitka pines. And when a totem pole was raised, it was an event of the whole community with a feast, which our adults were invited to prepare. So we were not only invited to be there for the raising, we were invited to help carve, to help carry the totem pole from the carver's home to the site of the Metlakatla Presbyterian Church for their 100th anniversary, and help raise this totem pole, the only totem pole on a Presbyterian church campus in the whole country. For decades, the United States government, and I use this word purposefully, kidnapped our First Nation children and forced them to go to schools where they were beaten if they spoke their native language. This culture of the Tsimshian goes back 10,000 years, and it's the culture of giving. And one of the things that we do through the Vacation Bible School is we hire people from the island to speak and teach songs in Tsimshian. We pray the Lord's Prayer in Tsimshian, and we're supporting the tribe in preserving this precious language and culture. And so I invite you to watch this still very raw footage, and it was one of the greatest honors of my life to be asked to speak at the raising, and I practiced so hard to actually give my speech in Tsimshian, and here's the proof. This is carrying the 1,000-pound totem from the carver's house to the church. There's 4 clans in the Tsimshian culture, and you can see on the back some of the insignia of the Eagle clan. In total, So this is his dance. Here's his chainsaw.
Let's go is wah. So wah.
is Commission Lay Pastor at the Wells Congregation, is here to give us the report of the nominating committee. Dr. Brandlin.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good afternoon. It's nice to see everyone in person and be back. Like Pastor Pat, this is my first time giving the report, so hopefully I do well and answer all the questions. Before I jump right into it, though, I did want to just share something that just, I don't know, I hope each of us experience this as we walk through our daily lives and we're having conversation with our friends and our people, and we're just talking to them about things, and then they give you a piece of information that is just like riveting and changes your world. So I was in conversation with one of my friends, and she told me the story of John and Betty Stam, the missionaries that had gone to China back in the 30s. Like, this was a long time ago. And so I read this book. It was one of those you sit down and you just don't stop reading it because it just encaptures you. And I wanted to read something because this was written in the book was published in 1935, so the story was happening in the early 30s. And I want to read you and see if this doesn't resonate with you in 2021 and help us move into this nominating committee report with a little more gusto of the important work that we have heard to this point in the meeting, and then what we will accomplish into the future. So John Stam is the missionary, and he writes, "This bewildered age needs to know that only the foundation of God stands true. Many a man is being torn loose these days from the things to which his heart has clung. It is ours to show that the incorruptible riches which bank failures and economic conditions cannot touch." Think of it. God himself is with us as our captain. The Lord of hosts is present in every person in the field of conflict. And to